Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you here. This shrine was built by the Dunmer. As our land was scorched by fire and brimstone, Azura's prophecies led us to safety. She is a Daedra, a powerful being who watches from beyond our mortal plane. She has chosen you to be her champion. You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night. It is cryptic, I know, but Azura's signs are never wrong. I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter. She is the goddess of dawn and dusk. Azura sees into the twilight of the future and guides her followers through it. My people, the Dunmer, built it. We fled from Morrowind after Vardenfell erupted almost 200 years ago. Those of us who were faithful to Azura were given a vision that led us away from the island. This shrine is our thanks to her, that none will forget that she watches over us. Yes, there were others at first, but Azura's visions tested. But I refuse to abandon the shrine. The visions are a gift. Azura warns me of tragedy, war, death, before it happens. I won't leave her guidance.
We need to do something. God might get nervous. A woman approaches with a weapon drawn.
If you've business with the mages are up in the college. Then again, Ellikar might know. He's an old-timer from the college, but he has a room here.
My days at the college. Who sent you? Was it the college? The Jarl? We agreed there would be no more questions. You're working with the Daedra? Right. Now tell me the one about the Argonian maid and the lusty baron. Just calm down. What do you know about soul gems? They are, except the gem is always consumed. Azura's Star, a Daedric artifact that allows any number of souls to pass through it. Some of us wanted to find out how. I was working under Malin Varen then. If only we knew what he was really planning. Malin wanted to alter the star. He was dying, disease. He thought he could store his own soul inside, become immortal. It drove him mad. Students started dying. Eventually, the college exiled him. He took a few loyal disciples to Ilinalta's Deep and vanished. Look, I don't care who asked you to find the star, but don't take it back to Azura. The Daedra are evil. They're the reason Malin went insane. I mentioned how the star is a soul gem, only it never gets depleted. You can only store white souls in the star belonging to the lesser creatures. As a mortal, Malin's soul was black, so part of his work was breaking past Azura's rules. He was close before, well, Azora is no ordinary Daedra. She commands an entire realm inside of Oblivion. The more Malin worked on the star, the more... It started slowly at first. Then one day I walked in and Malin had killed a student, and in a horrific moment of inspiration, he started... The college would agree with you. But do you have any idea how many innocent lives were cut short? We're nothing to the Daedra. Pawns to move around, praise and punish as they see fit.
All right, see ya.
Good. You're finally here. I've scouted the ruins, and I'm certain Carlia is still inside. No, I found her horse. Don't worry, I've taken care of it. She won't be using it to escape. Let's get moving. I want to catch her inside while she's distracted. Take the lead. Just make certain you keep your eyes open. The last thing I need is you blundering into a trap and warning her that we're here. 25 years ago, I was standing outside these very same ruins. Gallus told me to meet here, but he wouldn't say why. When I arrived, Gallus stepped from the shadows. Before he uttered a sound, an arrow pierced his throat. Before I could even draw my blade, her second arrow found its mark in my chest. Carlia was a master marksman, and her greatest weapon was the element of surprise. I was lucky. She missed my heart. I staggered away from the ruins, and my vision began to blur. It's then that I realized the bitch had poisoned her arrows. The last thing I saw was Carlia dumping his body into an opening atop the ruins. An unceremonious end for a remarkable man. To this day, I've regretted allowing her to escape, even if it meant I had died trying. I owed Gallus that much. The guild was thrown into disarray. Several stepped up and tried to claim Gallus's former position as guildmaster. Sides quickly formed behind these men, and the Ratway became a bloodbath. I saw what they did to Gallus. I wanted to use the guild's resources to hunt down Carlia. The others didn't even care he was gone. Fortunately, I persevered, and the other groups were either killed or they left Skyrim. The infighting had taken months to subside, which gave her time to go into hiding and carefully cover her tracks. I spent thousands of septum and used every contact at my disposal. But it was as if she had simply vanished. Like I said before, she was the best. She was a stubborn Dunmer. Always had to do everything her way. But she was also the best, bringing in more coin a month than some thieves heist in a year. Gallus trusted her too much and let her get too close. If you want to call it that, yes. Me? I think she was softening him for the kill. Gallus would call her his little nightingale. He was absolutely smitten by her. Greed? Jealousy? Spite? Who can say what drove her to such an iniquitous act? One thing's certain, I intend to find out before she draws her last breath. I have a long-standing arrangement with the Dark Brotherhood. If I need someone in the guild taken care of, we do it ourselves. We both agree it's best to keep these matters in-house. Keep your eyes open, your mouths shut. They say that these ancient Nordic burial mounds are sometimes impenetrable. This one doesn't look too difficult. Quite simple, really. I don't know what the fuss is about these locks. All it takes is a bit of know-how and a lot of skill. That should do it. Stench in here. This place smells of death. Be on your guard. pull the chain over there and watch out for the spikes. Looks like Carlia set all of the traps. Your blood will adorn my blade. What is it? Let's get going. I want her head on my mantle. Who's there? That was hardly worth my time. Your feeble attempt to hide is insulting. Must you keep stopping? What was that? You mean nothing! You mean nothing! Making this too easy! What was that? You can't hide! You can do? I'm here now. There's 2 more of them ahead. chimes. Clever. Who's there? Your feeble attempt to hide is insulting. Is that the best you could do? Your end is near! Something's near. How disappointing. Carlia always was a nimble minx. Slipping past these Draugr must have been child's play for her. What? What is it? Yes, what is it now? Oh. Your blood will adorn my blade. Making this too easy. Making this too easy. Is that the best you can do? Your end is near! Ah! blood will adorn my blade! Out of my way! On the right track. She's been through here as well. So it begins. You breathed your last. So ends the lesson. Door up ahead. Looks perfect for hiding an ambush. Be ready. You're quite noisy for someone who claims to be...
You're not a threat, merely an annoyance. Your end is near!
Ah, it's one of the infamous Nordic puzzle doors. How quaint. Without the matching claw, they're normally impossible to open. Since I'm certain Carlia already did away with it, we're on our own. Fortunately, these doors have a weakness if you know how to exploit it. Quite simple, really. Carlia is close, I'm certain of it. Now let's get moving. Do you honestly think your arrow will reach me before my blade finds your heart?
Give me a reason to try.
You're a clever girl, Carlia. Buying Golden Glow Estate and funding Honningbrew Meadery was inspired.
To ensure an enemy's defeat, you must first undermine his allies. It was the first lesson Gallus taught us.
You always were a quick study.
Not quick enough, otherwise Gallus would still be alive.
Gallus had his wealth and he had you. All he had to do was look the other way.
Did you forget the oath we took as Nightingales? Did you expect him to simply ignore your methods?
Enough of this mindless banter. Come, Carlia. It's time for you and Gallus to become reunited.
I'm no fool, Mercer. Crossing blades with you would be a death sentence. But I can promise the next time we meet, it will be your undoing.
How interesting. It appears Gallus's history has repeated itself. Carlia has provided me the means to be rid of you, and this ancient tomb becomes your final resting place. But do you know what intrigues me the most? The fact that this was all possible because of you. Farewell. I'll be certain to give Brynjolf your regards.
Easy. Easy. Don't get up so quickly. How are you feeling? No, I saved your life. My arrow was tipped with a unique paralytic poison. It slowed your heart and kept you from bleeding out. Had I intended to kill you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. My original intention was to use that arrow on Mercer, but I never had a clear shot. I made a split-second decision to get you out of the way, and it prevented your death. More than you'll ever realize. The poison on that arrow took me a year to perfect. I only had enough for a single shot. All I had hoped was to capture Mercer alive. Mercer must be brought before the Guild to answer for what he's done. He needs to pay for Gallus's murder. My purpose in using Snowvale Sanctum to ambush Mercer wasn't simply for irony's sake. Before both of you arrived, I recovered a journal from Gallus's remains. I suspect the information we need is written inside. I wish I knew. The journal is written in some sort of language I've never seen before. Enther. Gallus's friend at the College of Winterhold. Of course. It's the only outsider Gallus trusted with the knowledge of his Nightingale identity. There were 3 of us. Myself, Gallus, and Mercer. We were an anonymous splinter of the Thieves' Guild in Riften. Perhaps I'll tell you more about it later. Right now, you need to... Here, take these as well. They may prove useful for your journey. He was a scholar, a master thief, and a natural leader. Everyone respected him and followed him without question. It was Gallus who inducted me into the Nightingales, and honed my skills to a razor-sharp point. I owe everything to... We were... very close. Gallus once said he felt comfortable around me, able to let his guard down. I can't help but think that I'm responsible for what happened to him. Mercer lied to the Guild, branded me a murderer, and slandered my name across his network of contact. For 25 years I ran, never sleeping in the same place twice. Mercer doesn't need to die. He needs to feel the cold sting of fate as his life crumbles in front of him and he's hunted by the Guild. I can promise you, if it comes to that, and my back's to the wall, I won't hesitate. I'm afraid not. There are preparations to make, and Gallus's remains. I promise to join you there as soon as I can. Remember, speak only to Enther. Trust no one else. Please make it brief. We have much to do.
I don't care how many... You know, Winterhold used to be the seat of power in Skyrim. Now it's a shell.
We don't get many people
All
like
right,
you
then.
visiting Winterhold. Usually it's elves.
Can I help you with anything else? Carlia? Then she's finally found it. Do you have Gallus's journal? A problem? Let me see it. Ah, this is just like Gallus. A dear friend, but always too clever for his own good. He's written all of the text in the Falmer language. No. However, I know someone who might. The court wizard of Markarth, Calselmo, may have the materials you need to get this journal translated. A word of warning. Calselmo is a fierce guardian of his research. Getting the information won't be easy. Besides the fact that there are only a handful of people in Tamriel that even recognize the language, I'm fairly certain he was planning some sort of a heist that involved a deep understanding of the Falmer language. Sadly, we never had the opportunity to speak about the details. Ironically, I pointed him in the same direction I pointed you, to Markarth and Calselmo. I'm only hoping whatever means he used to learn the language will still be available to you. He was a dear friend of mine, and a surprisingly astute pupil of academia. I was devastated when he was killed. I suppose that risk always coexisted with his line of work. I just never thought his luck would run out. For the thrill, of course. He was quite clear that he felt more in his element climbing through a window rather than hunched over a dusty tome. Yes, quite an amusing anecdote, actually. I caught him trying to break into my laboratory. I was about to show him the error of his ways when he made a curiously astute comment about my research notes. I was astounded, and in turn it led to a conversation. Who would have imagined it would lead to such a strong friendship? In the time before man, they were known as the Snow Elves. They lived in the sunlight and had a very prosperous society. Like the Altmer? Yes, I would say their culture quite possibly rivaled our own. The Nords went to war with the Falmer in the First Era, killed them by the thousands to drive them. The Falmer retreated underground and forged an uneasy alliance with the dwarves who ended up betraying. This betrayal made them what they are now. Horrible, blind monstrosities with a burning hatred of any but their own kind. Yes, I suppose you're right. Forgive me. I've lost several close friends to the Falmer, and it tends to... If you wish to learn more about them, you're welcome to my tome on the subject. Should be on my table. Calselmo is stubborn as a mule. Be careful when you speak to him.
Mirabelle does a fine job as Master Wizard, I suppose. I'm not sure. Just, well, mind what you tell him, all right? No. Between the two of us, there are rumors about him. That what he's really doing is spying for the Thalmor, trying to... But it never hurts to be a little suspicious, does it? You're welcome. Take a look. All right, then.
Can I help you? I do what's... Wasn't by choice, I can tell you that. Options were in short supply. Ranmir and I grew up here, and nearly any money I make, he drinks away. If you're looking for Ranmir, he's either passed out in bed or working on winding up that way. I'll sell just... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that. All right, then.
Name's Nils. I'm the cook.
May the god, the finest weapons and armor. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, it's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their lives.
You need anything? Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Grey Court.
I'd trap trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. Thank you for your custom.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Good to see. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. Do come again.
Tell me again why we're wasting time and dwindling resources chasing a legend. We don't even know it exists.
The Jarls are upset. They don't all support you.
Damn the Jarls.
They demand the moot.
And damn the moot! We should risk letting those milk drinkers put Toryg's woman on the throne? She'll hand Skyrim over to the elves on a silver plate.
All the more reason, then.
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to.
A crown doesn't make a king.
No, but this one.
If it even exists.
It exists, and it will be the symbol of the righteousness of our cause. Think about it. The Jagged Crown. It heralds back to a time before Jarls and Moots. Back to the time when the king was a king because his enemies fell before him, and his people rose because they loved him. Skyrim needs that king. You will be that king, Ulfric. You must be.
You're certain you found it?
When have I ever been false with you?
Fine. I'll send the Unblooded here with you. Fancy a crawl through a moldering dungeon to see if you can't stir up Garmar's Jagged Crown.
It will be there. You'll see. You're alive. I owe Ulfric a drink. I have to admit, I didn't think we'd be seeing you again. I misjudged you. You're definitely Stormcloak material. It's time we made this official. You ready to take the oath? Before you're one of us, you must also pledge unswerving loyalty to your fellow Stormcloaks, to Skyrim. You can stick a sword through an Imperial enemy. We're not just fighting Imperials. We're fighting to restore Skyrim. That's the spirit. By swearing, I do swear my blood and honor. Jarl of Windhelm and true High King of Skyrim. As Talos is my witness, even to my lord. All hail the Stormcloak. Which means you get to tag. Oh, and here. You're a Stormcloak now. You ought to look the part. I have found the final resting place of the Jagged Crown. Can you believe it? Well, I'm almost certain. We're headed to Corvinjun. But if old King Borgas is indeed buried there, your fellow Stormcloaks are already assembling outside the tomb. I'll meet you there as soon as I'm finished up here. Have you not heard that ancient verse? Maw unleashing rays of snow, of dragons, going way back to King Harald's time, or even... The crown is made from the bones and teeth of ancient dragons, and true or not, who would dare deny Ulfric's claim when the legendary Jagged Crown sits upon his brow? It's true. The location of the crown was lost with King Borgas after the Great Hunt killed him while he was off on his damned Alessian campaigns. But legend holds, his body was secretly returned to Skyrim and buried with the crown, its exact whereabouts lost in the following Wars of Succession. Through sources that shall remain nameless, I've tracked down what I believe to be the final resting place of King Borgas, Corvinjun. If the crown exists, it will be there. Aye, Curses notwithstanding. But nothing a band of Stormcloak. Reason. It's the damn Outlanders and Empire that need the reason. Not this Empire. The world's... I fought in the Imperial Army. The Empire to bend its knee before those evil elf bastards. So... No. Enough talk. There's much to...
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to.
What? Get over first. We'll kick the Thalmor. When we are done with that, we will take our army to the Dominion. Get yourself kitted out with what you need. Welcome to the fight, brother. Don't wait around for me. I bet I'll beat you to Corvinjune even though you start first.
Why are you still here? You're supposed to be at Corvinjon, proving Garmar right, or proving him wrong.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Found you.
You're gonna pay!
I'll see you burn. We are Lord Boethiah's faithful. Have you come to test your mettle? We are forged by Boethiah's example. We carve our will. You are nothing. An empty vapor. dispersed by the slighter, the lord of plants, deceiver of nations, devourer of Trinity, the queen of shadows, god of... Many are our lord's lofty names, but they befit only us mortals. Names mean nothing to our lord. She only cares for those who care for themselves, whose hearts are full of purpose. If you desire a glimpse of her, first, prove your tongue can wield a lie. Find... Next, instruct your thrall to touch the pillar of sacrifice. Its magic will ensnare him. Then, girded with certitude, plant the ceremonial blade deep. If your will is strong enough, it will stir Boethia in her. That remains to be seen. But if it is so, and if Boethia appears, then we will welcome you as one of us. If you wish to gain Boethia's attention,
Scratch!
you must play a call.
Do you wish to test yourself? Well-placed word or a well-placed dagger, both can achieve equal purposes.
Trouble?
You're that one from the college. Heard about you.
If you're ever in the market, I deal in specialty goods for... Let me see that. Yes. This is it. I don't know how you found this, stranger, but you've obviously succeeded where I... Please, let me offer you this key. It unlocks my strongbox under my stand in the marketplace. Help yourself to anything inside. I really appreciate what you've done for me. I'll never forget it.
Go fiddling with any locks around here. We're going to have a real problem.
Pull up a seat. Well. If you happen across any other unusual trinkets, what a delightful find. This should cover it. Don't muck this up.
Welcome to the... I've got coin and I've got merchandise. Let's see what we can do. All right, then.
It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a thief. It's another to actually use them.
Beautiful. Ours is to smile at your passing, friend.
You're someone who... the finest weapons and armor. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Damn, leave things around to trip over.
Hands to yourself.
Yes.
Small skeever den just east of the city. At Reachwater Rock.
Doesn't matter if you're innocent.
Are you the assassin from the... Well, there's this traveling dignitary, Solitude. I need her, you know. This gold will cover, right? If anybody asks, this meeting never took place.
Be careful.
Ah, yes, my matchmaker. What is it I can... Then you were well informed. I am at this very moment on the cusp of completing my magnum opus on the subject. I'm calling it Calselmo's Guide to the Former Tongue. It will revolutionize the way we understand those ancient beings. Preposterous! That research represents years of personal toil in some of the most... You must be mad to think I'd allow anyone to see it before it's completed. I've already provided you a key to the museum. I'm sorry, but that's as far as my generosity extends.
What a waste. There must be a dozen men up there. Calselmo called in his entire expedition team. Said he needed every man he could get to protect his research. Better than us. We lost 3 good men to the trap.
heard me, Captain. Our work must not be disturbed. Kill any intruders on sight. Call for backup if you... Let no one through.
Over here! Hurry! Back up! I need some help in here! Yeah!
Is someone there?
Lots of nasty holes in the reach. And Blind Cliff Cave is one of them. Filthy hungry.
Everything's all...
What do you need?
I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls. Been too long since we've had a good bandit raid.
You there! Hold fast! I've tracked this damned bear for 2 weeks. I'll not let it have any more victims. Ithran needing someone else's help. I'm afraid he's a few years too late. I've moved on. Besides, he can handle anything alone. He assured me so himself. What could... Vampires? That... Well... Tell me more about what's going on. By the 8th. Alright, look. I'll consider it. Once it's dealt with, then perhaps I'll see what Isran expects of me. We need to stop this creature before it kills it. Watch yourself. This bear is vicious. Who's there? Don't know how well I'd have managed by myself. You have my thanks. You've helped me, so I suppose the least I can do is find out what Isran wants. He's still at that fort near Stendar's beacon, I assume. If Isran is anything, he's stubborn. He's been working on that place for years now. Never lets anyone in. His own little fortress. Well, I guess I'll get to... I'll meet you there.
What happened?
You're someone who can get things done. I like that. Got some good pieces out here if you look. I don't... Take a look. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Oh. What happened?
Back? Was there something else? I suppose it would be inappropriate of me to ask. A rubbing, eh? Odd. I expected notes. I understand. Now, let me take a good look at this. Over here, please.
I think the college is due for a change in leadership.
There are few places where one can pursue my type of work without fear of persecution.
The mages don't let us go into college. They said it's not safe in there. Aster says his paws and says the college makes lots of
but
bad
highly
things happen.
disturbing.
But the mages have
It appears that Gallus had suspicions about Mercer Frey's allegiance to the guild for months. Gallus had begun to uncover what he calls an unduly lavish lifestyle replete with spending vast amounts of gold on personal pleasures.
Does the journal say where this wealth came from?
Yes, Gallus seems certain that Mercer had been removing funds from the guild's treasury without anyone's knowledge.
Anything else, Enthir? Anything about the Nightingales?
Yes, here it is. The last few pages seem to describe the failure of the Nightingales, although it doesn't go into great detail. Gallus also repeatedly mentions his strong belief that Mercer desecrated something known as the Twilight Sepulchre.
Shadows preserve us. So it's true.
I'm not familiar with the Twilight Sepulchre. What is it? What's Mercer Frey done?
I'm sorry, Enther. I can't say. All that matters is we deliver your translation to the Guild immediately. Farewell, Enther. Words can't express.
It's all right, Carlia. You don't have to say a word.
Hmm?
Listen, all I want is the truth to be revealed to the Guild. They respected Carlia, and she deserves better. Do whatever you can, and I'd consider it a personal favor. If trying to rid yourself of stolen goods becomes a burden and you find yourself in Winterhold, visit me at the college. I've been known to handle items of questionable interest from time to time, and I'll see what I can do. If you have further need of me, you can
We must
find me
hasten
in
to
the
Riften
college.
before Mercer can do any more damage to the Guild. You've come this far, so I see no harm in concealing it any longer. The Twilight Sepulchre is the temple to Nocturnal. It's what the Nightingales are sworn to protect with their lives. Everything that represents Nocturnal's influence is contained within the wall. Now it seems Mercer's broken his oath with Nocturnal and defiled the very thing he swore to protect. I felt the same way when Gallus first revealed these things to me. I think given time you'll understand what I mean. As a Nightingale, I've been sworn. I know the Guild doesn't do much to foster faith, but I'm going to have to ask that you continue to trust me. I'll make for Riften and scout the situation, see if I can discover what Mercer's up to. When you're ready. In the meantime, I wanted you to have this. It belonged to Gallus, but if the Guild isn't willing to listen to
Was there
reason,
something else?
you might have to.
I'm always on the lookout for all sorts of goods. Bring me whatever you find.
Quickly.
I'll see what I can
What
do.
is it?
The mages don't let us. Aster says his paw says the college makes lots of bad things happen. But the mages I've seen is nice.
I'm glad you're here. I think some of these people are beginning to suspect who I am. Are you ready to face the Guild? Then we show them Gallus's Remember, we have... Keep your eyes open. I'm not sure what to expect when we enter the cistern.
Welcome to the cozy little family. I'm one of the lookouts for the guild. I watch Delvin's back.
You better have a damn good reason to be here with that murderer.
Please, lower your weapons so we can speak. I have proof that you've all been misled.
No tricks, Carlia, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Now what's this so-called proof you speak of?
I have Dallas's journal. I think you'll find its contents disturbing.
Let me see. No, it can't be. This can't be true. I've known Mercer too long.
It's true, Brynjolf. Every word. Mercer's been stealing from the guild for years, right under your noses.
There's only one way to find out if what the lass says is true. Delvin, I'll need you to open the vault.
Wait just a blessed moment, Bryn. What's in that book? What did it say?
It says Mercer's been stealing from a vault for years. Gallus was looking into it before he was murdered.
How can Mercer open up a vault that needs 2 keys? It's impossible. Could he pick his way in?
That door has the best puzzle locks money can buy. There's no way it can be picked open.
You didn't need to.
What's she on about?
Use your key on the vault, Delvin. We'll open it up and find out the truth.
I've used my key, but the vault's still locked up tighter than a drum. Now use yours.
By the 8. It's gone. Everything's gone. Get in here, all of you.
The gold, the jewels, it's all gone.
That son of a bitch. I'll kill him.
Vex, put it away, right now. We can't afford to lose our heads. We need to calm down and focus.
Do what he says, Vex. This ain't helping right now.
Fine. We do it your way. For now.
Delvin, Vex, watch the flagon. If you see Mercer, come tell me right away.
So, what can I do for you today? And here's the spoils. Plenty more where this came from. Well, it appears your actions are starting to make waves out. In fact, I just got a special job. We actually got a request from one of them. Make your way up there and look for Alfred. He says he's got a map. Don't make me the fool and let me down. All right? This is Ging. Well, it appears your actions are starting to make waves out there. People are talking about the
Look,
guild again.
before I help you track Mercer down, I need to know what you learned from Carlia. I mean, everything. I feared that was the case. From that last entry in Gallus's diary, it looks like he was getting close to exposing Mercer to the... Anything else? What? Nightingales? But I always assumed they were just a tale. A way to... Was there anything else she told you? Trying to make Mercer look bad in front of Maven, eh? Clever lass. Was there anything else? Then I have an important... I need you to break into Mercer's home and search for any... Aye. A gift from the Blackbriars after they kicked the previous family. He never stays there, just pays for the upkeep on it. Hired some lout by the name of Vold to guard the place. Be careful, lass. Just find a way in, get the information and leave.
and you have permission to kill anyone that stands in your way.
Good question. I've only set foot inside if you can get past his trained watchdog. I think your best bet might be the ramp to the second-floor balcony in his backyard. No. It's some sort of crazy contraption Mercer commissioned for... I'd wager a well-placed shot at the ramp's mechanism would lower it in a hurry. Huh. That'd be Vald. Mercer's holding something over his head. Talk to Vex. She used to know him very well, if you catch my meaning. Better question would be... Mercer took everything. Even all of our plans. Before Mercer took over, Gallus started collecting every bit of material he could on locations the Guild could. Museums, keeps, estates, you name it. By the time Mercer took over the Guild, we must have had a few dozen. I don't have a clue. Without 2 keys, it's impossible to open. I have a key, Delvin has a key, and Mercer has a key. That's it. There are no other copies. Careful at Mercer's place. I don't want to lose anyone else to that mad... I can't believe this is happening, lass.
I hope he turns up soon. He needs to
Don't want to lose anyone else to that madman.
I'm relieved Brynjolf has an open mind, or that could have gotten blood.
If I see Frey, I'll pluck his eyes from his skull with my... That pig? Oh, I have info on him. More than you care to know. Vald? Good side? Think you... The only thing Vald understands is gold. A man after my own heart. Sure, but he'll ask for a whole lot. Your best bet would be to erase his debt with Maven Blackbriar. If you talk to her, she might be able to give... Of course, you could just run him through and take what you need off his corpse. I could care less. While you're in there, help yourself to anything in Frey's manor. I would.
Well, it appears your actions are starting to make waves out there.
Vex better leave a piece of Mercer for us. It's payback time.
How can Carlyle remain so calm when Mercer had her on the run for that long? Amazing.
I won't rest until Mercer's dead. How could he murder Gallus and...
Divine smile on you, friend.
It's a fine day with you around.
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
Jewelry.
Fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands.
All meats guaranteed.
Welcome. Allow me to recommend the Blackbriar meat. The purest brew in all of Skyrim.
Imperials think we need their laws.
Let me guess. Someone stole... Sweet roll? Well met, friend. How can I help you? I see I still have much to learn. Lead on.
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
Beautiful baubles and gleaming gems. Here.
Thanks again for the delivery to Markarth. What can I do for you?
I presume you're bothering me for a good reason. Vald? He owes me a steep debt. In fact, he's lucky all I did was force him to work for Mercer. A few years back, I commissioned a unique quill from a good friend of mine in Winterhold. Vald was tasked with getting it here safely, and it ended up at the bottom of Lake Honric. The wizards called it the Quill of Gemination, and demanded a tremendous amount of gold to have it. If you can locate the quill and return it to me, something Vald was too stupid to do himself, I'll consider the debt. I had Vald meet the caravan from Winterhold on the western end of the lake, so he could avoid the idiot got lost in the mist. He's too stupid to remember where he was, and any attempt I've made to find it, Vald said his road. Perhaps you should start at the docks and work your way out towards. The quill was supposed. I'm sure you can understand how useful that would prove in a business. Fortunately, the quill required an ink with a unique. So if you're getting any ideas about selling it to someone else or keeping it, you'll find it would hold little value. Out of my way.
All meats guaranteed, clean and free from rock joints.
Should have known she was lying. Said she'd wait for me, but they...
Skomat. The important stuff. Just one last time. Told him to just hand over the gold. Did he listen? Oh no. Oh!
Now that's the real art. No rough stuff, just take it and go. It don't sound like much fun, though.
it appears your actions are starting to make waves out there. People are talking about the guild again. In fact, I just got a special job requested. I haven't gotten anything like that in years. Well, it appears your actions are starting to make waves
Need
out
to stay
there.
focused in case Frey comes.
All
Alright, but if you get arrested, don't blame it on me.
Special job requested. I haven't gotten anything
While you're in
like
there,
that in years.
help yourself to anything in Frey's
There's
manner.
no doubt. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. If you find Mercer, give no quarter. Kill him and be done with it.
Well, it appears your actions are starting to make waves out there. People are talking about the guild again.
We've scoured the town and I've spoken to every contact with... Shore's beard. He's going after the eyes of the Falmer? That was Gallus's... If he gets his hands on them, you can be certain he'll be gone for good. And set up... Agreed. He's taken everything the guild... I've spoken to Carlia and made amends for how the guild's treated her. Quickly. We have no time to lose. Until next we meet, lass.
Time has come to decide Mercer's fate. Until a new guildmaster is chosen.
Something I can help
falls to
with,
you.
or do you just want to talk?
Aye, lass. And I've come to a decision. Mercer Frey tried to kill both of you. He betrayed the guild, murdered Gallus, and made us question our future. He needs to die.
We have to be very careful, Brynjolf. Mercer is a nightingale, an agent of Nocturnal.
And it's all true. Everything I heard in the stories. The Nightingales, their allegiance to Nocturnal, and the Twilight Sepulchre.
Yes. That's why we need to prepare ourselves and meet Mercer on equal footing. Just outside of Riften, beyond the southeast gate, is a small path cut up the mountainside. At the end of that path is a clearing, and an old standing stone. I'd ask you both to meet me there.
I have some preparations of my own to make. I'll meet you at the stone.
I'm preparing to leave for the standing stone. What is it? happened?
Divine smile on you, friend. Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors?
May the gods watch over your battles, friend. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a secret.
Alfred, patron of the great clan, you're here, and not a moment too soon. If anything should happen to a close friend of mine, we fought together on the battlefield for many years until old age. Now it's up to me to save him one more time. This time from the executioner's block in... The city guard in Solitude is seeking on for a serious crime. When he fled here, fortunately, his identity isn't known to the authorities and... Hold a moment. This is more than a simple prison break. I want to have... I'm setting him up with a new identity. It's the only way... The job is twofold. First, steal a letter that was sent from Solitude 1. The second is to change Arn's name in the prison registry to his new identity. If it was easy... You see, both of these items are kept inside... One more thing. If you get caught, I can't afford to be connected to you. I have eyes within Dragon's Reach. They tell me that all correspondence from other holds are sent to the Jarl's private... It's a well-known... My sources tell me, change Arn's entry in the book to anything you want, and they'll be forced to let him go after he serves a few weeks.
divines bless you. May the ground you walk quake.
The future of Skyrim! The future of Tamriel!
Alfred. Arn? Never heard of him. I guess that means you'll tell Delvin that he has my support and all the weight it carries in Whiterun from now on. I think he'll be quite pleased.
Got lots of jobs available. Well. If you happen across any other unusual... Must have come from Mercer's place. He'd admired the Grey Fox for some time. Sure, I'll buy it from you. Here you are. Alfred sent ahead his compliments. Looks like his friend Arn is soon to be released. More importantly, he's pledged the full support of the... I think you'll find that the guild is beginning to grow. We've had a merchant move into the space, right? It's nice to shake off the cobwebs and get things rolling again. Keep this up, and I can see a bounty headed our way.
If you're in the market for the fight, take a look.
Try to get your hands dirty. Looking for work? All right. Anything in particular? Have a client looking to have a right. Keep this up, and you'll be rich enough to retire before you know it. Good luck.
Stop! See it!
There's someone there. You dirty thief!
Yeah, no fire. Careful with that fire.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Finally, someone useful is around.
Ours is to smile at your passing, friend.
If it's a bed you need, talk to Kirava in the B&R. She'll send it.
Yes? So, you're Brynjolf's new protege, eh?
Good job.
Don't look like
Now,
much to
good.
me.
My client, all right. Got a simple one. Just keep your eyes open and
It's
your
one
mouth
thing
shut
to
and
say
you'll
you've
do
got the
fine.
skills to be a thief.
Let me give you the details.
It's another to actually use them.
So, feeling loose? How about you run a job?
Good. Hmm?
I'm glad you're here. This is the headquarters of the Nightingales, cut into the mountainside by the first of our kind. We've come to seek the edge we need to defeat Mercer Frey. If you'll follow me, I'll try to explain on the way. Gallus, Mercer Frey and I were once members of what's known as the Nightingale. The Trinity disbanded 25 years ago when Mercer Frey betrayed us by slaying Gallus and dumping his body in the ruins of Snowvale Sanctum. Indirectly, the Trinity is usually selected from the ranks of the Guild, although its existence is a closely guarded secret. The Nightingales protect the Temple of Nocturnal, a place known as the Twilight Sepulchre. She's the mistress of night and darkness, and the patron of every thief in Tamriel. Nocturnal isn't one for worship and reverence. There are no priests and no sermons, no service. She influences our luck, and in return, demands payment. You're closer to understanding than you. The only difference is she doesn't demand payment in the traditional sense, and sometimes the cost can be quite high. Whether you know it or not, Nocturnal dictates how well we perform as rogues. Again, you have to think differently. Haven't you ever noticed how our luck Like a novice picking an impossible lock, or a blind man suddenly turning to face you as you reach for his pocket. It's through these subtle means that Nocturnal influences us. Nocturnal's whim is the greatest mystery to everyone. There have been volumes written on the subject. Does she exact payment when we die? When we suffer, does she revel in our misery? The return certainly seems worth the risk, though. From the moment you were struck with my poisoned arrow at Snowvale Sanctum, perhaps I couldn't bring Mercer back alive, but together, we were able to clear my name, and I'd always intended Mercer's fate to ultimately be decided by the Guild. And it seems that it's my hope that you will, yes.
I'm just
This
as
way,
puzzled
please.
as you, lass.
It's just ahead. Please, keep following.
So this is Nightingale Hall. I heard about this place when I joined the guild, but I never believed it existed. I'm trying to understand why I'm here, lass. I'm no priest, and I'm certainly not religious. Why pick me?
This is Nightingale Hall. You're the first of the uninitiated to set foot inside.
I think we should trust. This is enough to make your head spin, eh?
You appear hesitant to don your Nightingale armor. What's troubling you?
Okay, lass. We've got these get-ups on. Now what?
Beyond this gate is the first step in becoming a Nightingale.
Whoa there, lass. I appreciate the armor, but becoming a Nightingale? That was never discussed.
To hold any hope of defeating Mercer, we must have Nocturnal at our backs. If she's to accept you as one of her own, an arrangement must be struck.
What sort of arrangement? I need to know the terms.
The terms are quite simple, Brynjolf. Nocturnal will allow you to become a Nightingale and use your abilities for whatever you wish. And in return, both in life and in death, you must serve as a guardian of the Twilight Sepulchre.
Aye, there's always a catch. But at this point, I suppose there isn't much to lose. If it means the end of Mercer Frey, you can count me in.
What about you? Are you ready to transact the oath with Nocturnal? By transacting the oath with Nocturnal, you're entering into a business deal. You'll be provided all of the power and knowledge befitting a knighting. You're free to use those powers as you see fit, to further your own goals, or the goals of the Thieves' Guild. In return, you'll be required to defend the Twilight Sepulchre and everything within when the need arises. More importantly, upon your death, your spirit will be bound to the Twilight Sepulchre as one of its guardians. Once the oath has been struck, the terms are binding. Knowing this, are you ready to undergo the ceremony? Good. After I open the gate, please stand on the western circle.
I think we should trust the lass and take the deal.
We'll speak
I
when the
think
oath
we
is
should trust the
complete.
lass and take the deal.
I call upon you, Lady Nocturnal, Queen of Murk and Empress of Shadow. Hear my voice.
Ah, Carlia. I was wondering when I'd hear from you again. Lose something, did we?
My lady, I've come before you to throw myself upon your mercy and to accept responsibility for my failure.
You're already mine, Carlia. Your terms were struck long ago. What could you possibly offer me now?
I have two others that wish to transact the oath, to serve you both in life and in death.
You surprise me, Carlia. This offer is definitely weighted in my favor.
My appetite for Mercer's demise exceeds my craving for wealth, Your Grace.
Revenge. How interesting. Very well. The conditions are acceptable. You may proceed.
Lady Nocturnal, we accept your terms. We dedicate ourselves to you as both your avengers and your sentinels. We will honor our agreement in this life and the next until your conditions have been met.
Very well. I name your initiates Nightingale, and I restore your status to the same, Carlisle. And in the future, I'd suggest you refrain from disappointing me again.
Now that you've transacted the oath, it's time to reveal the final piece of the puzzle to you. Mercer's true crime. Mercer was able to unlock the Guild's vault without 2 keys because of what he stole from the Twilight Sepulchre, the skeleton key. By doing this, he's compromised our ties to Nocturnal and, in essence, caused our luck to run dry. Well, yes. But the key isn't only restricted to physical barriers. All of us possess untapped abilities, the potential to wield great power securely sealed within our minds. Once you realize the key can access these traits, the potential becomes limitless. I'm afraid that's impossible. If the key isn't returned to its lock in the Twilight Sepulchre, things will never be the same for the Guild. As time passed, our luck would diminish to the point of non-existence, and whether you know it or not, our uncanny luck defines our trade. Very true. In our line of work, it's quite rare we set out to return a stolen item to its rightful owner. Before we depart, Brynjolf has some business to discuss. I suggest you listen to him.
Listen, lass. There's one last piece of business we need to settle before we go after Mercer. The leadership of the Guild. Listen, lass. Carlia and I had a long discussion before you arrived. Thanks to your efforts, Mercer's treachery has been exposed. As a result, we both feel that you have the potential of replacing Mercer. I've been at this game a long time, my friend. A long time. I've stolen trinkets from nobles and framed... I'm good at what I do. Maybe even one of the best. I've never been one to lead. Never desired it, never cared for it. Don't want it. Look, everyone in the Guild admires what you've done. Maybe they won't come out and simply tell you. And now they know Mercer never genuinely cared about the Guild. I can't think of anyone better. Well, we have a bit of an errand to run before your coronation, so don't get sentimental on me now. Then it's decided. When this is all over and Delvin's contacts assure me that we've regained our footing in Skyrim. Until then, we have quite the task ahead. I've been poring over the plans you brought us, and I'm convinced the eyes of the Falmer are in the Dwarven ruins at Erkenthan. Carlia and I will meet you there. Prepare yourself, lass. This will be a fight to remember. If you would have asked me that yesterday, I'd have said... Look, call me crazy if you like, but I trust Carlia. Besides, I'd rather die with some of Mercer's... Aye. Mercer may have damaged our reputation and raided our coffers, but old Delvin kept calling it a curse, and we all laughed at him. Looks like the joke's on us. Sorry, lass. I've got important things to do. We'll speak another time.
With the skeleton key missing from the Twilight Sepulchre, I'm afraid Mercer's seen to it that none of us can... You merely transacted the oath. Signed the In order for us to receive our abilities, our end of the bargain, I'm afraid the key must be... If Nocturnal was truly displeased with me, with any of us, I have no doubt that we still hold her favor, and I believe it gives us enough of an edge to defeat... Yes. Now that you're a Nightingale, you'll find that this place offers many things that will help you in your endeavors, as well as... Once the skeleton key has been restored to the Twilight Sepulchre, I'll make this place my home as well.
Sorry, lass. I've got important things to do. We'll speak another time.
The city's changed, friend. His guild is on the rise. They've got a firm foothold.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
Oh, what happened?
Hello, friend. What are you hunting? Never mind. I don't want to know. Thank you very much for your business.
Damn shame.
glad we're finally taking the fight to those monsters.
All right, Isran. You've got us all here. Now what do you want?
Hold it right there.
What are you doing?
Making sure you're not vampires. Can't be too careful. So, welcome to Fort Dawnguard. I'm sure you've heard a bit of what we're up against. Powerful vampires, unlike anything we've seen before. And they have an Elder Scroll. If anyone is going to stand in their way, it's going to be us.
This is all well and good, but do we actually know anything about what they're doing? What do we do now?
We'll get to that. For now, get acquainted with the space. Soreen, you'll find room to start your tinkering on that crossbow design you've been working on. Gunmar, there's an area large enough for you to pen up some trolls. Get them armored up and ready for use. In the meantime, we're going to get to the bottom of why a vampire showed up here looking for you. Let's go have a little chat with it, shall we?
Hope you're getting along with Isran. It takes some getting used to.
Cozy little place, isn't this?
I like... Well, this isn't exactly a palace, is it? Still, it's sturdy, secure, and seems defensible. I suppose I'd rather be here than most other places in Skyrim. If Isran needs me, it must be pretty bad. I wonder what we're up against here. A basic one, of course. That is... Talk to Gunmar if you need materials. I've only heard like that they were supposed to guard some vampire here, but... And then preyed on the rift until finally... I guess it doesn't matter now. At least Isran is trying to do something. No, you're already as good as I am. I want to add some punch to our crossbow capabilities. I've done all I can on... I've always been fascinated with Dwemer artifacts. I take them apart, poke... But as luck would have it, I've tracked... So, if you'd be a dear and collect those plans for me, I'll buy whatever you're looking to get rid of.
Here we are. It begins again. I fear for what is to come. Working metal isn't easy. Let me show you a few things. I found another. He's holed up. We need to destroy him before he turns his comrades into a brood of vampires. Alright, I'll take note. He'll mind you and us Dawnguard, but there's no accounting. And heed also this. He's no pet. Now, you be careful with the creature. Cozy little place, isn't this? This is fine for now. East Run had a surprising stockpile of weapons and armor. Take a look. Fight bravely, friend.
Yes? Serene needs help with her project to... Speak with Gunmar. He has something for you.
What can I do for you? Until
May
next
your
time.
blades
Hope you're getting along with Eastron. Takes some getting used to. I like what Eastron has done with the place. It's good to see someone else who's really prepared. See you.
This vampire showed up while you were away. I'm guessing it's the one you found in Dim Hollow Crypt. Says it's got something really important to say to you. So let's hear it.
You probably weren't expecting to see me again. I'd rather not be here either, but I needed to talk to you. It's important, so please just listen, before your friend here loses his patience. Well, it's about me, and the Elder Scroll that was buried with me. The reason I was down there, and why I had the Elder Scroll. It all comes back to my father. I'm guessing you figured this part out already, but my father's not exactly a good person, even by vampire standards. He wasn't always like that, though. There was a turn. He stumbled onto this obscure prophecy and just kind of lost himself in it. It's pointless and vague, like all prophecies,
The part he latched onto said that vampires would no longer need to fear the sun. That's what he's after. He wants to control the sun. Have vampires control the world. Anyway, my mother and I didn't feel like inviting a war with all of Tamriel, so we tried to stop him. That's why I was sealed away with the scroll. I did, but something about you makes me think I can trust you. I hope I'm not wrong. Well, let's move then. I'm nothing if not persuasive.
All right, you've heard what it has to say. Now tell me, is there any reason I shouldn't kill this blood-sucking fiend right now? Set my hatred aside? Not a chance. It's what keeps me strong. You better know. It can stay for now. But if it so much as lays a finger on anyone here, I'll hold you responsible. Got it? You hear me? Don't feel like a guest, because you're not. You're a resource. You're an asset. In the meantime, don't make me regret my sudden outburst of tolerance and generosity. Because if you do, your friend here is going to pay for it.
Thank you for your kindness. I'll remember it the next time I'm feeling hungry. So, in case you didn't notice the giant thing on my back, I have the Elder Scroll with me. Whatever it says, it will have something that can help us stop my father. But of course, neither of us can read it. Well, the Moth Priests are the only ones I've heard of who can do it. They spend years preparing before they start reading, though. Not that it helps us anyway, because they're all half a continent away, in Cyrodiil.
Some Imperial scholar arrived in Skyrim a few days ago. I was staking out the road when I saw him pass by. Maybe that's your Moth Priest.
Do you know where he's staying now?
No, and I'm not going to waste men looking. We're fighting a war against your kind, and I intend to win it. You want to find him? Try talking to anyone who'd meet a traveler. Innkeepers and carriage drivers in the big cities, maybe. But you're on your own.
Any idea how you're going to find a Moth Priest? Skyrim's a pretty big place. Well, back before the College of Winterhold was the first place I'd think to go for any kind of magic or historical thing. The wizards know about all kinds of things that people... Actually, now that I think of it, I've been really wanting to get out and explore a bit. I mean, as much as anyone. Not a lot. You'd figure a couple 100 years locked away with one would have given me some insight, but no. Turns out you don't learn much from just sleeping with something. Not at this rate, no. That's a long story. I guess we kind of have to go way back, to the very beginning. Do you know where vampirism came from? Exactly. The first vampire came from Molag Bal. She was not a willing subject, but she was still the first. Molag Bal is a powerful Daedric lord, and his will is made reality. For those willing to subjugate themselves, he will still bestow the gift, but they must be powerful in their own right before earning his trust. The ceremony was degrading. Let's not revisit that. But we all took part in it. Not really wholesome family activity, but I guess it's something you do when you give yourselves to a Daedric lord. Well, you've met most of us. My father's not exactly the most stable, and eventually he drove my mother crazy with him. And it all ended with me being locked underground for who knows how long. It's definitely been a bad thing, on the whole. A cure? Why even think of it that way? I can't think of any reason I'd want to lose this gift, especially after what I did to get it. It may have driven my family apart, but I'm still here, and I'm alive. I won't give this up. What now? That's a long story. I guess... the first Molig for those willing to subjugate themselves. Nobody's ever asked me that before. I don't know. I think mostly I hate what it's done to my family. I'm not sure it's really your place to judge us. My family has a... Let's just move on. Don't. Just leave me alone for a bit. The tale of the great moth priest, huh? Anything good? Good luck out there. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. Were you looking for me? Were you looking for me?
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. A note from someone named Calselmo in Markarth. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
What kind of fool plays with fire like that?
Divine smile on you, friend.
Nah, I don't think so. Door's over there. Why don't you use it?
Need a ride? It's one of them Imperial scholars, right? Might be that I got enough troubles on my mind just trying to scrape by. Now that I think on it, I did see your priest. They tried to hire me for a trip to Dragonbridge, but I told them that ain't one of my stops. See ya.
good to see Skyrim. You are? Very good. May I see it? Excellent. Very good. This is exactly what I need to... I simply must have this. I'll pay you double what it's worth. Well, I suppose important research is worth every coin. All right, you have yourself a deal. How's double and a half its value in trade? I'm glad we could come to an agreement. What? Oh, goodbye.
Welcome, traveler. A moth priest?
What happened?
Try asking one of the guards. Farewell.
Have you met my husband? He even has some wolves guard. If you want, you can help yourself to any drink you find. But bring me the bottle of...
Hey! Over here!
Welcome, traveler. A moth? Try asking one of the guards. Until next time.
Have you met my husband? Well, don't bother. He even has some wolves guard. If you want, you can help yourself to any drink you find. But bring me the... Nah, I don't think so. Until next time.
I heard you were at the wedding of the Emperor's cousin, in Solitude.
Ah, so that was... He rode through town not long ago with an escort of soldiers. They didn't stop, just headed south, across the Dragon Bridge.
All right, then.
Something out. Here you are. I'm struggling. I'll get you. The night returns.
need a hand. Now you're mine. Running. Now let's finish this. Running will warm your blood.
You should have kept running. That's how I'm finished.
I'll give you a
I need to find you.
blood calls me. All quiet now.
Resist you, monster. I must.
How much longer can you keep this up, Monk Priest? Your mind was strong, but you're exhausted.
Stop! I yield! That wasn't me. You were fighting. I could see through my eyes, but I could not control my actions. I owe you a debt for the timely rescue. I'm quite all right, thanks to you. Dexian Evicus is my name. These vampires claimed they had some purpose in store for me, but they wouldn't say what. Probably hoping to ransom me You do? All right then, enough mysteries. You have an elder... If my knowledge of history serves me, I recall that the Dawn Guard would... I will be happy to assist you with your Elder Scroll. Just tell me what... Very well. I'll hurry on my way there before more of those vampires turn up.
I'm impressed you could find a moth priest so quickly. Only what I've heard. Back in the Second Era, the Jarl of Riften had a son. It wound up turning into a vampire. The Jarl, unable to kill his own son, spent a fortune. Their job was to keep the Jarl's son contained within. They were eventually forced to put him down. The Jarl banished them fought vampires wherever they found them. I aim to continue that mission. Well, at least you're smart enough to want to learn more. I'll show you what... For the reading? Yeah. Just let the old man know when you're ready.
What can I do for you? Not as much as I would like. Even after spending decades of my life in study of the Elder Scroll, it's true for most of my brothers in the Order as well. We don't really know where the scrolls came from. What we do know is that some are born with a special... These chosen few can divine events of the past and future within the scrolls. Though in time, I'm afraid there's not much more to tell. Even today, the Elder Scrolls remain a great enigma. It is our sacred duty to... We read these ancient scrolls of prophecy in order to divine the future, and we use... Sometimes, we venture out into the world in search of more scrolls for our library at the White Gold Tower. That is the very purpose that first brought... It is the great spire at the heart of the Imperial City. The lower floors are home to the Imperial Council, and the tower suffered damage in the recent war with the Aldmeri Dominion. I hope one day to see it restored to its former glory. Ah, my rescuer! It's good to see you again. It's not exactly the hospitality I'm used to, but your man Isra... And might I add, This is a remarkable fortress. I have colleagues back home that would love to study this place. Oh, most certainly. Let's find out what secrets the scroll can tell. Now, if everyone will please be quiet, I must concentrate. I see a vision before me. An image of a great bow. I know this weapon. It is Oriel's bow. Now a voice whispers, saying, "Among the night's children, a dread lord will rise. In an age of strife, when dragons return to the realm of men, darkness will mingle with light, and the night and the day will be as one." The voice fades and the words begin to shimmer and distort. But wait, there is more here. The secret of the bow's power is written elsewhere. I think there is more to the prophecy, recorded in other scrolls. Yes, I see them now. One contains the ancient secrets of the dragons, and the other speaks of the potency of ancient blood. My vision darkens, and I see no more. To know the complete prophecy, we must have the other two scrolls. I must rest now. The reading has made me weary.
Come on, old man. You should get some rest.
Do you have a moment to talk? That moth priest, Dexian, he said we needed 2 other Elder Scrolls. I think I know where we can start looking. Half the people in your little crew would just as soon kill me as talk to me. That doesn't exactly make me want... I got a warmer welcome from my father, and that's saying something. Ever since he decided to make that prophecy his calling, we kind of drift. I don't even think he sees me as his daughter anymore. I'm just... We need to find my... She'll definitely know where it is. And if we're lucky, she actually has it herself. The last time I saw her, she said that she'd go somewhere safe. Somewhere that my... Other than that, she... But the way she said it... Someplace he would never search. It was cryptic, yet she called attention to it. Maybe. What I can't figure out is why... Besides, I can't imagine a single place my father would avoid looking. Any ideas? They'd be even less welcoming to her than they've been to me. And since the Dawn Guard are still around, any other ideas? Wait. There's a courtyard in the castle. I used to help pretend to go... All of the ingredients for our potions came from there. She used to say that my father couldn't stand the place. Oh, absolutely. That is, I don't think we'll actually trip over her there, but it's worth a look. True. But I know a way we can get to the... There's an unused inlet on the northern side of the island that was used by the previous owners to bring... An old escape tunnel from the castle exits there. I think that's our way in. It's around the side of the castle. Let's move. Yes? What did you need? Dexian said something about that scroll. Maybe we should try asking at the College of Winterhold. Sounds like something they'd know about. Before my father became obsessed with a prophecy, my mother... She was very fond of her alchemical garden in the castle courtyard. She taught me quite a bit about cultivating quality regions. Like the best of friends. I would never hesitate to share anything with her. It was very sudden. It was almost like one day we were a normal family, and then the next... I didn't know who they were. I'd try to visit my mother in the garden, and she'd quickly shoo me away, saying she was much too busy. She had to be up to something in that garden. I'm hoping it's a clue that will tell us where she went. There's not a whole... You've already seen my father's obsession. My mother's not a whole lot better, but you'll see that soon enough. It's not that simple. I guess it never... What about you? What were your parents like? You're a good daughter. Yeah, let's just keep going. This better not be all the things you just can't be. If you think it'll help. You can't get rid of me that easily. I disagree. I can't wait to see the courtyard again.
The exact nature of my research is a secret, I'm afraid, but it really is. I don't think anyone here truly understands how useful my work will be. When I've finished what I'm working on, everyone will understand its significance.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poor. And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're asking about? I knew it. Everyone comes in here expecting... An Elder Scroll is an instrument of immense knowledge. To read an Elder Scroll, a person must have the most rigorously trained mind. Even so, the Divines usually take the reader's sight as a price. The simplest way to put it is knowledge, but there's nothing simple about it. It's a reflection of all power. Each reader sees different reflections through different lenses, and may come away with... But at the same time, all of it is true. Even the falsehoods. Especially the falsehoods. It would take a month to explain to you how that very question does... The scrolls exist here, with us, but also beyond and beneath, before and after. They are bits of divine-made substance. Sorry. Talking about the scrolls, you usually end up in irritating and vague metaphors like that. Some people who study them devoutly go mad. Ah. You think that even if I did have one, it would be kept under the highest security? The greatest thief in the world wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it. I don't know who told you that, but I'll do what I can. What we do have, I'll bring everything we have on them. So don't get your hopes up. It's mostly lies, leavened with rumor and conjecture.
Yes?
All
what
right,
did you need? I can't wait to see the courtyard again.
Here you go. Try not to spill anything on them. Aye, that's the work of Septimus Cygnus. He's the world's master of the nature. He's been gone for a long while. Too long. Oh no, I hope not. But even I became obsessed with the Dwemer. Took off north saying he had found somewhere in the ice fields, if you want to try to find him.
Yes? What did you need?